was weird. Well, hello there. Yes, that was a Star Wars reference. Hello. Well, there's 11 people already watching. Surely you guys have better things to do, but okay. Ah, right. Well, according to that, we are live, so I don't need that anymore. Disney will not copyright this. It's fine. It is more than fine, and even if they do, I don't really care. So let's do a thing. Why did I do this? I don't need to do that. Oh yes, wait. I'm trying to find music. Okay, Porridge Brain. Hi everybody. What am I doing again? Ah, I'm live streaming. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Let's learn how to type in not all caps. Let's draw Mickey Mouse, cause reasons. There you go. Ooh, that's a good question. So Spark Primza, hi. You're on page 92 of your story. Well, congratulations on getting to page 92, first of all. But hit a bit of a snag. Any advice on dealing with creative blocks? Creative blocks are BITCH, huh? So, you know, the best way to do with creative blocks is to literally walk away from it. Just take a break, give your brain a rest. Because creativity is a fickle thing. It's a phenomenon. And so, like, sometimes you'll feel the spark and it'll be amazing. You'll get to 92 pages and then suddenly the stream will stop. And that's not that you can't create anymore. You just can't create in that moment. And that is your body's way of telling you your brain is tired. It needs a break. It's overstimulated. So, you know, take a break, go outside, you know, walk around a little bit or listen to some music. Just do something else that has nothing to do with what your project is, and then come back to it a few hours later or even a few days later. Depends, and it will eventually come back to you. Sometimes, like, you do have to fight through it, especially if it's a paid thing and you just have to get it done. But I'm assuming this is not a paid thing, so it's more of a passion project. So I think you have more liberty in being okay with just taking a break from it. I am in the USA now, yes. You're very welcome, Spark Prisma. I hope that helps. I'm just trying to find some music to listen to. I really do want to have some music in the background for this stream in particular. So for those wondering, the thumbnail that's on screen, which is for the live stream, it's not for... I can't take music requests. Music has to be license free. I'm not sure if Picodemus was requesting Barbie music, but no, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I don't know why Rex Madsen. I don't know. Okay. Marcus Moose, that's definitely the character. Yes, for sure. Listening to you draw while I draw. Awesome. That's background music. That's what I'm currently trying to do. It's just trying to find something suitable that's license free. When I used to do live streams like almost like several times in a week, I would have music already playing before we even started, and I tried to keep things a bit more professional. But now it's just like, you know what, you're just getting you're getting what you get, basically. Yeah, sorry, but things are sometimes better just being off the cuff and a little bit frayed around the edges, because it's just me that does everything, so I'm just trying to keep the pressure off. Freestyle, yes, very much so. Pretzel 2, what were you most surprised about when you moved to USA, if I may ask? I wouldn't say it's surprised, because when you immigrate to another country, you don't do so willy-nilly, you don't do it on a whim, although some people do. You do as much research as possible, but even as much as that, you're still surprised by some things. I guess the thing that was the biggest change would be the pace of life, because for people from the UK will know what I mean by this. Everyone in the US is in such a hurry to get everywhere as fast as possible, and everyone is always just so, everything is now. The concept of having to wait for something doesn't seem to be a thing in American culture. So like Europeans and Brits are very used to a slower pace of life. So like even your coffee is instant. Like, come on, it's crazy. There's nothing wrong with taking time, take things a bit slower. So yeah. So we're just answering a few questions before we get going properly here, because I just like making things a bit chill. But while you guys are thinking of questions, I'm going to look for music, which I've been trying to do for the last few minutes, but I don't want you guys to feel like I'm ignoring you either. So, I like how Epidemic Sound has genres ready to go, and I don't just mean genres in music, but genres for what you might use music for. Like, it's got genres for workouts or motivational and inspiring, mental health, arts and crafts, workout and wellness, economics, all this kind of stuff that you can listen to in the background of doing things that fit that theme. I think for this one, I want something old-timey kind of thing, but I don't know how I would find that, so let's see. Oh, how about some classic jazz? Classic jazz would be good. Maybe acid jazz might be a bit better. Cool jazz. Cool jazz. We'll see how that works. Can everyone hear the music okay? It might be kind of quiet for you guys, but that's kind of the intent. So let me catch up on the questions. May coconut bounty, sorry, that's my dyslexia kicking in. May I ask why your hat is so important to Maddie? Maddie's hat, okay, so it is just a hat. There's nothing magical about it, but it's more sentimental. It's what it represents to her, which will be revealed at some point when I eventually get the story of Maddie Mary into a more coherent thing. Charles B, have you drove in America yet? No, I don't drive. There's reasons for that I don't want to get into in a live stream, but yeah, I do not drive. I can't listen to Disney in a live stream, I'm afraid. It has to be license free. No, don't listen to Frostbite. Don't listen to the deer. He's crazy. Orchestra as well as synthwave chill step. Yeah. I came for her reviews. I pretty much stayed for those two, lol, despite those being exceedingly rare. What's rare about them? I don't understand what you mean by rare. Kinda quiet. I don't want it to be too loud because my mic is very close to my face and I'm wearing a headset and I'm worried that the mic will pick up the music. Okay. I'm curious how many people found you through TF2 analysis. A lot of people found me via that series, and that's fine. I can't help that. You know, it's fine. It's kind of frustrating that people know me more for that than what I do myself on my own channel, if I'm perfectly honest, because TF2, as much as I love the project, it's not my project. So yeah, when people bring it up, I'm like, I'm really glad you enjoy it, but I just voice characters on it. It's not something that I created. I mean, I wrote one of the episodes, and as much as I would have loved to have written more, I've either not had the time or like other stories were put forward that were very similar to my ideas already, so there wasn't really any real reason for me to put any more stories forward. So that was when the TF2 series was more episodic in the what they were putting out. Now the stories are like all joined together in every episode. Picodemus, you've been here from the beginning then, because the very first video review I made, if memory serves, was, or at least the first edited one I did anyway, was the first video I did for The Little Mermaid. Then it was Swan Princess, and then it was Hercules. Which episode did you write? Oh, Hats Off to You, I believe, is what it's called. Actually, that's a lie. I've written 2 episodes and co-wrote one other one, which hasn't been released yet, I don't think. Let me go to Doc's channel and just let me double check that. Let's see. Playlists. Aww. It's weird jumping over to a friend's YouTube channel and you're just like, I'm not spying on you, honestly. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, it's muted. Okay, so the first episode that Maddie appeared in, which was Star Search, which is actually the second episode of the series, I helped write that one a little bit. More with just the dialogue between Maddie and Mary, although you don't hear Mary in that episode. Maddie's on the phone to her. Let's see, another one I wrote. Scroll down here. This is going to take a while. There's a lot of Tier 2 videos. Hats off to you, which was episode 41. I wrote that one. Then, if I just keep going here. Practically Perfect, which is the episode that Mary first appears in. I helped co-write that one. And the one where Maddie's super form appears, which I can't remember the name of it. Again, this is a show I don't write for. This is not my project, so I don't remember everything. Let's see if I can find it. Have I gone past it? Yeah, I've definitely gone past it. Yeah, Practically Perfect. I think I've already said that. That's the character. That's the episode even that Mary first appears in on screen. And then from that point on, she's the announcer. That was my idea. That was why it was written into the script that the machine that does the announcing breaks, so then Mary Sue's brought in as the announcer. I wish we could have done more with that, but that's just how things worked out. Anyway, this is several years ago, so let's get to what I'm doing right now. So last year, the last video I released was a video called Wasted Potential. Why MLP Generation 5 sucks. That video was 30 minutes long and it was a monster to edit, but it's taken off. It's done really well. It's over 20k views already, and it's not even been up for 2 weeks yet, so I'm really pleased with that. So at the moment we have several projects in the works, but with everything that we've got on our plate, it's taking a long time to get projects done because other things take priority in real life things. So there's the video that I'm working on, which is what this thumbnail is for. It's a video about Mickey Mouse and the history when it comes to the short Runaway Brain. The video is going to be called Unearth Why Runaway Brain Needs to Be Seen. So it's a little bit okay, yeah, it's clear I'm writing the algorithm here by making a video about Mickey Mouse, but everybody and their cousin is making a video about Steamboat Willie, and I didn't want to do that because I thought I don't want to ride the same bandwagon as everybody else. I want to make something that I'm genuinely interested in, and for some reason my brain just got hung up on the Runaway Brain short. So then I tracked it down on DVD and I thought, oh hey, you know what, I should make a video about this. So that's what I'm doing. And I've got several other videos that are already written, and one of them is already recorded. So I'm technically working on 2 videos at the same time. So the other video is called Art is Everywhere, Why Izzy Moonbow is Misunderstood. So that's another video about G5, but it's more talking about Izzy Moonbow. More specifically, the episode Sneaksy, I think it's called Sneaksy Strikes Again, which is from the YouTube series Tell Your Tale. So that video is coming, which was initially going to be a part of the Wasted Potential video, but I got some very much needed and welcomed advice from Dr. Wolf, who said maybe break up this video a bit, so make that a separate video. And this was when the script was enough for the videos to be 10 minutes long each, but then the Wasted Potential video just grew legs and it ended up being 30 minutes. So there is so much of that video that was cut that will be in other videos. So there's that one, and then there's another video that has a working title right now. It's just called How I Would Fix the G5 movie, or the G5 in general. And I kind of go in this, I do not do fan theory stuff, but that video is pretty close. It's probably as close as I'll ever get to fan theories. So that video will probably be out later this year, because that one is going to take a long time to put together. So the script for that is already done. Oh crap, I dropped the thing. One sec. So the video, the audio for that hasn't been recorded yet, but the script is done, it's ready to go. But it's going to take a while to put together, because I will need to make a lot more OG art for that video. So it's going to be fun. So that's what I'm up to right now in regards to YouTube stuff. I also want to plug that I am open for commissions. So I am open for custom made art. And I really don't like doing this in a live stream, but I mean, I used to, so I might as well start doing it again. If you want something drawn by me, you can do so by ordering a commission from me. And this will really help us out, because at the moment, we have our wedding blessing coming up in April, which is back home in Scotland. And from a financial standpoint, it's a big investment that's been ongoing since 2019, since we got engaged, and then COVID happened and all that nonsense. So things had to be postponed 3 times within the span of 2019 and 2022. So we're only getting to actually celebrate our marriage this year. We actually got married legally in 2022, but we haven't had a wedding yet, so this is what we're doing. So any help for that regard would be very much appreciated. That's what the money will be going toward, and also toward general everyday living costs. Another Dr. Wolf wedding cost. Well, they were there for the engagement. They were a big part of that. They say it was a small part, and I'm like, no, you played a big part. So anyway, if you guys want to order a commission, the way to do that, there should be links in the description below, but if there isn't, because it's a live stream and YouTube can be a bit silly with, you know, correlating what I ask it to put in the description and what actually ends up there, it sometimes doesn't work. But you can go to my Twitter page and you can find my price list there. I will bring them up on screen right now. Should have this all ready to go, but nope. So let me just open it in Photoshop, because it'll be easier doing it that way. Because the prices have changed slightly. So this is the price list for 2024. The flat color sketch is available for $40, and that's the full body. Or the shaded sketch, which is a bit more detail with the line work, has different colors as well, and there's more of a gradient involved there, and it will have lighting and shading in there. The texture drawing is, you know, exactly as I've just described, but it will have a lot more detail to it. The example there is Dungeons and Dragons monster that I can't remember the name of. And the final piece that you see there, which is the full color background, that's a commission. That is an OC. And as you see, it's a 3-headed anthro dog. I can't remember what that's called. Someone can help me out, possibly. And you can contact me via my Twitter page, which is Mad Munchkin Art. Capital M's and capital A. Or on Instagram, thank you phone. Or my Instagram, which is Mad Munchkin Art 86, all lowercase. Is it just called a Cerberus? Okay, that's interesting. There are other options available as well. This one is just like a general price list. There's also, if I find the right thing here, I did make a new one, didn't I? Yes, I did. There is also blue EOCs available for $40 as well. And these can be like your own Bluey OC, or it can be like a Bluey version of an already existing OC. Some people have ordered Bluey OC versions of their pets, which is awesome, or their anthro like furry OCs in the Bluey style. And these are a lot of fun to do, and I'm offering them for $40, or if you want more poses or more characters, it's an additional $15 on top of that. These are a lot of fun and they're very popular, so there's that going as well. So same exact contact, and someone did ask me if these were limited, as in they're only available for a certain time. No, they are always available, unless I'm closed for commissions. These are not a limited thing. The numbers are limited, but the time they're available for is not, if that makes sense. Price. There's one more price list. That's not it. Okay, the pony price list is not coming up. Why? That's weird. Why is that not? Gremlins in the system, I swear. No, that's not it. Okay. Let me just go to my Twitter, and I know it's on there, and it's also in the Discord server. That's another thing I should plug for people that want to. You can support me on Patreon, and you can get exclusive rewards on there, which includes my Patreon Discord server, which you can join for just $5 a month. And so I post a lot, if not all, of my video progress in there. I post all of my preliminaries for what I'm working on in regards to commissions and portfolio work, etc. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. We talk about all kinds of stuff in there. So yeah, it's fun. So if you want to do that, you can support me on Patreon. I do also have a Ko-fi as well. I'm trying to find the price list of the last thing I want to show you. This is... I need to have my price lists in Streamlabs. This would be a lot easier. Okay, so where are you? You are here somewhere. There. Here they are. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. Why? Why didn't you work? Why do you hate me? There we go. That's not full screen, but okay, whatever. Just bring it bigger. That's fine. So yes, I still do pony stuff. Pony stuff is always popular. So we have the very popular headshot, which starts at $40. And then the full body sketch is $50, shaded texture drawing is $100, and the full color background is $200. These are all the prices that they start at, so just keep that in mind. So if anyone is interested in placing an order, you can do so by contacting me on Twitter or Instagram. And I know some people still contact me on Deviantart, but I do not use Deviantart anymore because... DeviantArt is it's just been taken over by AI generated crap, and I don't want to be a part of that. So I'm not telling anyone else not to use it, but I'm just telling you that that's why I don't. So if people try to contact me on there, I will not respond because I don't use it anymore. So anyway, let me get back to the chat to catch up on stuff here. Let's see. How did you guys choose your super forums? For the TF2 series, that was very much part of the story from Dr. Wolf and Joss Scorcher. How they were chosen had to correlate with what made sense with the character, as well as the story that they were writing, as well as TF2 and MLP itself. Which is why I consider the TF2 story not canon with my character. It's a separate canon altogether because it's not me that's writing it. But what I wanted was that I wanted her super form to be a rampant lion. So that's what it ended up being. I can't talk for anyone else, but that's how mine was. Rampant lion being it's related to Scotland. Here's one. May I ask your comparison of large stores versus UK stores? I miss my Germantown market a bit. That is another thing that I still get overwhelmed with in the US because their stores are so damn big. And I still get, like, sometimes if I'm in a big store like Target or Walmart or whatever, I get what's called decision paralysis. And I also have claustrophobia, and you can get claustrophobic in a large space because claustrophobia is not just the fear of small spaces, it's also the fear of not having a way out. And when you're in a big store, sometimes you cannot see an exit, and that freaks me out. So I do miss the smaller stores in the UK. They're just easier to manage. You get sensory overload when I'm in these big stores. I remember House of Mouse. Okay, so I actually had a part in the script for the Runaway Brain video where I did talk about House of Mouse. And I'm considering making a separate video about that and maybe just mentioning House of Mouse in passing in that video instead, because it was ending up, I was talking about it for so long. I'm like, yeah, this needs to be a separate video. Because House of Mouse is amazing, but that's another thing that's not on Disney Plus, and I don't know why. So that is going to take a lot of research to figure out. Ub Iwerks actually was the original creator of Mickey Mouse, and not Walt Disney. Disney he didn't take it, but he modelled the final design for Mickey Mouse that appears in the cartoons based on Ub Iwerks' drawings. So technically Ub Iwerks is the original creator of Mickey Mouse. Charles B, did you like the Gen 4 movie with Tempest and the Storm King? I have made a couple of videos about the Gen 4 movie, an entire review for it. So you can watch that to find out whether I liked it or not. May I ask the theme of the wedding? I don't want to go into detail, but the wedding will be live streamed, so you'll find out then. Were you a fan of TaleSpin? I remember watching TaleSpin. Yes, I enjoyed it. DuckTales original or reboot? Oh, I like them both. You can like both. Trying to watch a stream. Yeah. This is a lot to catch up on. What if you don't have Twitter or Instagram? You can contact me via email. My email is on screen right now. If you can see it, I'll make it bigger. But if I zoom in, my email at the moment is amy. There's a space there for some reason, but it's amy.methvin.art@hotmail.co.uk. What do you think of all the horror stuff being made since Mickey went to the public domain? Creatively redundant. It's like, oh, you'll take a thing that's made for kids that's like pure and innocent and make it horror. I'm like, that is so overdone. It's like the default thing. That's the easiest thing to go for. But not only that, it's like, you know, all of the games like Poppy Playtime and Five Nights at Freddy's and all that kind of stuff. It's like they're taking something that is made for kids and just making it into a horror thing. It's not interesting to me. I just find it a bit too easy and not very interesting. You're basically taking a serial killer and putting a Mickey Mouse mask on him. I'm like, that's not creative to me. Like, some people might enjoy it and see the irony of it, and that's fine, but to me, I'm just like, ugh. It just makes me go, ugh. Hear about Blood and Honey. Yeah, that was Mousetrap is being made by the same guy that made Blood and Honey. I have no interest in these movies. Absolutely none at all. Anyway. So this is meant to be a stream where we're drawing Mickey, so I am going to draw the Andreas Deja Runaway Brain version, because that's what my next video is about. So this might not necessarily appear, excuse me, in the video, but we're gonna do it. But also, while we're live streaming, if you guys want to, you guys can request a drawing if you want. Via, if you donate via the super chat. I do ask that people keep their ideas as simple as possible, and no OCs, obviously. But if you want me to draw Mary or Maddie in a certain thing, or another character, as long as it's something I know. If I don't know it, then I'll ask you to request something else. I'd rather people not do fusions, because we did that one time in a stream and people were asking for fusions between characters that I wasn't familiar with enough to do fusions, and they take a long time to do, and so I'd rather not do fusions. Like, you can have like Maddie wearing the costume of said character. We did that with Mary last week. We did Mary with Willy Wonka, which was fun. We could do that, but again, that it does take a while to do those. But actual character fusions, I'd rather not. So let me just drag over this. Just for reference sake. Mary interacting with Goofy can be a thing, sure. But again, if you want me to draw a thing, I'd appreciate a donation. So if you can do that via the super chat button. There's no pressure on anybody to donate, of course. If you can't or don't want to, that's fine. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything they don't want to do. I'm just giving people the opportunity. So let me get set up here. I also want to bring over the Andres Deja sketches, which I do have saved from his Instagram. Dalek-san, I hope I've said your name right. Thank you for your $10 donation. Good luck drawing Michael Rodent. Thank you. Do you want to request a drawing? You can find the super chat button underneath the chat window on the YouTube stream. It's basically a rectangle with a $sign on it. Okay, there's that, and then there's these as well. Okay, so the thing about Mickey is that sometimes I find that people confuse simplicity with ease. And just because a character's design is simple, that doesn't necessarily mean they're easy to draw. Mickey, to me, is actually one of the hardest characters to draw because it's all it's instantly recognizable, so when you get it wrong, it's very noticeable. So the Mickey I grew up with was the one in Prince and the Pauper and the one in House of Mouse. This one is basically the House of Mouse version because this came before House of Mouse, just before House of Mouse happened. You request a drawing of me on the scene. Do you mean Maddie? I'm assuming you mean Maddie. So let me write that down. Maddie. Steam boat. Really? Okay, so there's donations. There we go. Okay, so let me at least get like a little bit of this going. Very much going to be my own version of this, so things are going to look a bit weird for a while I figure this out. Well, it's like no matter what angle he's at, his ears are always round. So when you're drawing the Runaway Brain version, his ears aren't round anymore. So, but they're still, like, you can see the full shape of them, of what they are, no matter what angle. So the rule is still there. This is turning into more of a So there's a doodle right there just to get going. But we had a request for Maddie as Steamboat Willie, Mickey. So let's doodle this real quickly. Sorry about that. Yep, I noticed. Thank you for the heads up. Well, Jim Cummings being laid off? Where did you read that? That wasn't Jim Cummings. That pink slip that shows in the trapdoor scene of Runaway Brain, the pink slip that you're talking about that had the initials JK on it, if this is what you're talking about, not JC, JK, that was for Jeffrey Katzenberg, who left Disney in 1994. Jeffrey Katzenberg left Disney to start DreamWorks. That's what that's referencing. Jim Cummings is a voice actor. And Jeffrey Katzenberg was not laid off. He left Disney. He wasn't laid off. The pink slip in the Runaway Brain short was a joke in reference to Jeffrey Katzenberg leaving. Jim Cummings, as far as I know, has never been fired by Disney. That would have been major big news if Jim Cummings was fired by Disney. Come on. It's literally the voice of Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. Come on. And Peg Leg Pete, and so many other voices. So, no. I mean, Runaway Brain was released in 1995. So, yeah. I think you got your sources confused. This is why it's very important to do your research on your own and not just take things at face value when you see stuff online. Because sometimes people make a mistake, like, for instance, what just happened. And also some people just make up stuff just to sell a news document. So it's very important to make sure that you've got your sources right. Thanks, Ross, but I very much prefer just to be on my own today. Oh, thank you for your donation of $5, Alexan. One more just for a purpose of donating lovely reviews. Well, thank you for watching. Okay, so let's see if we can get this right. The problem is, I haven't really drawn in this kind of style before, so I'm very much just doodling, looking at Steamboat Willie. So Maddie actually wears wide leg jeans now. She doesn't wear a skirt anymore. I changed it purely because, you know, my style changed, so therefore Maddie's style changed as well. What age range is your server intended for? I like to keep my servers and my videos PG-13. So I would say 12A, but like I try to keep things safe for work where possible. Oh, the Discord server. The Discord server is also safe for work. There is an NSFW channel, but that's mainly for when I post NSFW stuff. And when I say NSFW, I don't mean like any sexual content. I mean sometimes I'll post life drawings in there, which does contain nudity. So that's the only thing that I could think of that might be inappropriate for someone of a certain age group. So, but usually, yeah, my server is definitely SFW. There's no NSFW. I'm just saying. Someone asked, what age my server's for, and then I was talking about what could be that would be considered inappropriate for a certain age group. If you come to a Mad Munchkin live stream or during the server, I can assure you it's going to be safe for work as much as possible. Out of curiosity, have you ever done book cover? Yes, I have. I have done book cover stuff. There was a series of books that were written by the author Luke Blake, and they did a series about fairy tale stories involving trains that were able to be on a rail system that took them to a fairy world, back to the real world, and I did the cover for the first book. I was meant to do the covers for the books that came after that, but sadly, the author decided to go with a different illustrator for the rest of the books, which is fine. I did the first one, so that's perfectly fine. I would like to do it again sometime. I'd like to I would like to illustrate books again, but I would like to have my own stuff published as well. So we're going to try and do this in a steamboat kind of 1920s kind of style, but yeah, that didn't work. Let's do that again. I made her chin too big. So I just make her mouth a bit bigger than usual. That works. That's cute. Let's just shade in the eyes here. Be easier just doing this and then erasing to make the pie slice. Yeah, that works better. There we go. Alright, that worked. That worked a lot easier than, than I thought it would. Make you a bit smaller. So people joining the server will, the stream will be like, that's not Mickey. Like, I know it's not. What was the scariest FIM episode to you? The scariest Friendship is Magic episode to me. Oh, that's a good one. The one I actually made a video on it. The one where they eat cookies that turn them into zombie. I made an episode about Party of One. That's my favourite episode. Oh, Connor, thank you for joining the Patreon server. Thank you for your support on Patreon. Much appreciated. Pete is a cat, yes. He is not a dog and he is also not a bear. He is a cat. I remember Mortimer Mouse, yes. There's one thing that I hate drawing, it's wheels. Donald Duck is technically more popular than Mickey Mouse. Historically speaking, he is. Because the thing is that when people think about Mickey Mouse, not very many people actually think of Mickey Mouse the character. They actually think more of him as the mascot of Disney. They think of him more as the symbol for Disney and the Disney parks rather than the character himself. But when you say Donald Duck, people instantly remember Donald Duck being angry and his temper tantrums and stuff. And the same with Goofy. Mickey is much more of a corporate symbol than he is a character these days, which is kind of sad, but that's just how he's been used by the Disney company. And quite rightly so. He is the mascot for the Disney company, so that's how it's going to be. But it's... Now with the new Disney Mickey Mouse shorts on Disney Plus that were released in 2017 onwards, those are fantastic and I really wish they got more attention. I mean, I think it was even very recently that Mickey got his own ride in the Disney parks. So that's crazy. I need to draw more wheels to get more practice in. Especially ship wheels, they're kind of a pain in the butt to draw. We're just doing this really quickly here, so things are not perfect in this drawing, but that's okay. Yours too long. Just give me one moment. You need to also have that roll too. There you go. So there's Steamboat Willie Maddie. So have we had another request? Yeah, I know we've had a few donations, but I don't remember people actually requesting things. Never mind. Chris, my boy. The thing is, that pose is technically two because you have to have the one when she's got both of her hands to her face in like a prayer pose with her eyes closed, and then putting her hands forward, just going, boy. You can't see what I'm doing, but yeah. Well, there wouldn't be in grocery stores. You would find those kind of things in actual comic book stores. I don't know why the notification is coming up twice. Why is it doing that? Let me check Streamlabs real quick. Alert box. Oh, that'd be why, because the alert box and super chat are engaged. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. So there's that one. So let's group these together. Chris, because you're in the Discord server, when you'd say Maddie doing the boy expression, can you send me a ref of what you mean? Like, is there an actual expression that you want that's based on something that already exists? Stay hydrated, kids. Having some water. Oh, there we go. It's good stuff. Never underestimate the power of bottled water. Thank you, Chris. Ah, okay. Thank you. All right. We can do that. Boy. It's no Scottish tap water. I know. Like, for those that don't know, Scottish water is so clean you can drink it from the tap. Tastes so good. It's a bit too cross-eyed. That ear is way too low down, but that's not how ears work. There we go, that's better. It's not quite right either, but that's fine. This is just a doodle, so it's fine. It's not important. Ah, I feel like the eyebrows need to be like that works. Boy. There you go. It's not quite capturing the pose you sent, but it's as close as I can get right now. Okay, let's see. You're flying to Scotland right now. Not for the water. I don't know. I don't do New Year resolutions. I don't see the point. Okay, so this. Oh, wait. What group? Yeah, you need to go in there. This. Okay, let's get back to Mickey then. My own version. Once again, people, if you want to request a drawing, you can do so by throwing money at the super chat. Try not to talk in all caps, if you please. That's very distracting. Please don't do that. Don't do the fake Scottish accent thing. That, oh, good lord. Okay, story time. I had a friend visiting from Norway for a few weeks in November, and we went to our local Walmart, and when we came out of the store, there was a beautiful double rainbow. So we were taking pictures of it, and we were getting very excited and taking pictures. And obviously when you're with someone who's from Norway, and then you have another person that's from Scotland talking, it's very noticeable that we have accents. And so someone who happened to work for Walmart thought it would be a good idea to walk over to me and talked to me in a very bad Irish accent, and basically talking like a leprechaun because there was a rainbow there. And then when I told them please stop, that's not funny, that's very annoying. They kept going with it, and then they said, but I'm actually from Ireland. And I'm like, I shook my head and said, no, you're not, because if you were, you would know that doing that kind of voice is very offensive, or people can be offended by it. And you would know that doing that to a Scottish person is even worse. So, because Scots get mistaken for being Irish all the time, and I'm sure it happens the other way around as well. So, it wasn't so much the fact that they did it, but the fact that when we asked them to stop, they carried on doing it. So, I had to walk away before I got very angry at Walmart's security person. So my Norwegian friend had to explain to them why I was upset. I wasn't upset like I was crying, I was just angry. Not because they did the voice, but more angry that they didn't listen to me when I asked them to stop. That's very disrespectful. So it would be like if I was walking around making fun of the American accent to people that are American that I don't know. If I'm doing it to friends, then that's different. But I also know when to stop. And I also know if a friend asks me to stop, then I stop. Both Scots and Irish roll their R's. I can't roll my R's because I have a speech impediment, but yeah, both can do it. It's not just limited to that, though. I have similar issues when people speak. I don't want to mispronounce the word. This is not a language thing. This is purely a dyslexic thing. Okay. Yeah. Doing a voice that's not. It's more the. It feels like they're making fun of the accent rather than actually trying to connect with you. And this person, I think, just saw an opportunity to talk to two girls. And, well, two girls. We're in our late 30s, but, like... I think this person was trying in vain to hit on us. And he crashed and burned, basically. Not just because of what he was doing, but because he was trying to hit on a married woman. But, which, you know, I'm like, can you not see the ring? No? Okay, wherever. Plummeted, yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, it happens at conventions as well. Do you want another story time? This is not a nice story, but I'll say it anyway. So, let's see. I believe this was BronyCon 2017, which was my first time. It might have been 2018. It doesn't really matter. I know it wasn't 2019. I know that for sure. One of the two. So... Oh, no, it was 2018 because it was the first time I did a panel on my own. My brain. It's not important what year it was. Anyway, either way. When you do a panel at a convention, when you end the panel, sometimes people that came to the panel take the opportunity to talk to you, they come to the stage to talk to you before you disappear for your next panel or go back to your vendor table or whatever. And that's fine. I like it when people do that. But this one person in particular thought it would be really funny to get my attention and then proceed to do an Irish jig and sing an Irish song in front of me. And it wasn't like sincere. It wasn't like he learned the dance. It was making fun of me by doing an Irish dance and things. And I'm like, dude, if you're going to make fun of me, at least get my nationality right. You know? So... I said that to them, And then I laughed it off. But then they did it again after another panel, and I ignored them completely. And I mean, like, I turned around, and that's not like me. Like, I only do that kind of thing if I'm angry. Like, I will just ignore them. I'm not giving you my time. You're not worth it, you know? But then I figured out that another incident that happened at another panel, this wasn't even during a panel. This was while we were setting up. People weren't even supposed to be allowed in at this point, but somehow this person managed to get into the panel hall, and they proceeded to try to steal my hat off of my head, and they also smacked my head really hard and ran away and thought it was the funniest thing ever. Because of the whole thing in the TF2 series about people touching Maddie's hat and stuff, they thought it was funny because they were unable to segregate the character from the real person. So, suffice to say, Tarek, Dr. Will's brother, escorted the person out of the hall. So, because we didn't have security in the hall at the time, that's not a slip up on their part. Just somehow the person got in. I don't know how. These things happen, whatever. There's thousands and thousands of people at these events, and security can only do so much. Anyway. So, suffice to say, that guy was just lucky that my husband wasn't there at that time, because he would have been on the floor, because my husband is military. So, yeah. They got off light. So oh, this is the thing. Joey also hugs for Joey. Something that happens. We love coming to these conventions to meet the people that watch our content. It means a lot. We can connect with people that watch our content, because being a YouTuber is very lonely work. So when you go to conventions to do panels and things and vend, you get the opportunity to actually meet the people that support you face to face, which is invaluable experience. However, sometimes you encounter people that don't quite understand that they need to have a certain etiquette, because there's the whole parasocial thing. The person watching your content will feel like they've made a connection with you, but we don't know you. So essentially, when you're talking to us like you know us, but we don't know you. So there's that barrier there. And sometimes when you play a character, the person that is watching you can't separate the real person from the character, so they talk to you like you are the character. And that's something that a lot of YouTubers struggle with. And some people just go along with it. Some YouTubers go along with it and, to get that interaction and give the fan what they want. But some of us, like myself, I prefer to just be me at these events. I am not an actor. So when I go to these events, I'm just me. I'm not Maddie. I'm me. Because Maddie is not me. I am Amy. Amy's my real name. Maddie is a nickname. So most of my friends will still call me Maddie. But even though they're calling me by that name, I'm still Amy to them. So Maddie is basically like a exaggerated version of myself. So sometimes at these events, I will pretend to a point to be that version. But my social battery only lasts so long. So sometimes I just get to the point you're like, you know what? I'm just going to be me for the rest of the day because I just can't do this anymore. And sadly, you do get some bad eggs at cons. Or some people aren't socially aware to understand that there is a segregation there. So sometimes they'll see things that happen in a video and think they want to reenact it. And that's when people try to steal things from you, from your person. That happens with me with my hat quite a lot. People try to steal the hat. The real hat is sadly broken now. So not because anyone tried to steal it, but it just happened over time. The hat is very old, so yeah, it happened. So most, if not the large majority of people that come to say hi are really friendly, really nice. A lot of them are really shy, they don't know what to say, they just kind of stand there. So you instigate the conversation first, and that lets them open up because they just don't know what to say. Other times people get so excited they're really intense, and that can be really difficult to handle as well because you can't meet their energy level. I certainly can't anyway. So yeah, it's like sometimes you do have to tell people it was really nice meeting you, enjoy the rest of the con, just to hint that your time with me is over, move on, kind of thing. So because you're trying to run a vendor table, you're trying to keep your schedule because you're doing panels, and you're trying to make sure that everyone that's wanting to talk to you gets time, you know. So I mean, I'm not a big YouTuber or anything, but when you go to conventions that are geared toward a certain audience, in, you know, Roni conventions specifically, that's where the majority of my audience is, because a lot of my most popular content is MLP related. So usually when I'm at a convention like that, my table's more busy, so it's more expected, and you need to be a lot more aware because not to generalize, but sometimes I find in personal experience you're more likely to encounter socially awkward people at Rona conventions than you are at quote unquote normal conventions, quote unquote that. So moments like that where people don't quite understand that you're not the person that you present in your videos, you are a real human. So it's like that when like you go to a convention to get a signature from a celebrity. Don't ever expect them to be in character of a character that they play. You are meeting the actor, not the character. That's how I see it, because people get a certain scenario in their brain that they're going to meet the actual character. So yeah, you need to remember that, because I've read stories of that happening a lot. So I mean, when it's children, it's different, but you know, because they're still learning the difference between reality and fantasy. But when you're a grown-up, you should understand the difference. So, and know that an actor is not at a convention to perform. They're there to meet their audience. They are working, but they're not performing, if that makes sense. Some actors do, you know, but only if they feel comfortable in doing so. I know John Delancey is very much an introverted person and is incredibly shy. And so when you meet him, it's like, oh, he's a grumpy old man. But I'm like, I understand why you look socially drained. You are meeting hundreds of people, and they're expecting you to be like Q levels of energy, but you're not Q. You're the actor that played Q. So I've met him twice, and both times were very different. The first time I met him was at MCM Comic Con Glasgow, and I felt that because that was a smaller convention in comparison to other conventions he's been a guest at, especially GalaxyCon in Raleigh in North Carolina, he clearly was done. His energy was just at zero. I could tell, the poor thing. And it wasn't even lunchtime yet. And so I just kept things quick. So, yeah. But then other people, like some actors, they really do want to talk to you, and then their assistant has to tell them to wrap things up. I found that out with, oh gosh, who was the guy that voiced Invader Zim? What's his name again? I've met him, I can't remember his name. My brain just did a fart. Thank you, Richard Horvitz. He was lovely. He was so sweet. And he was awesome. And we were going back and forth, and he was like, "Oh my god, you're Scottish!" And then he started doing the Scottish accent from nowhere, and he did it spot on. He's a voice actor, of course. He's trained to do it, and it was fine. I didn't feel disrespected at all, and he was so lovely. It's one of the best interactions I have had with meeting a celebrity ever. It's like so good. But right before I got to his table, there was a proposal, so he was really high on that energy. But he was great. I loved that guy. So, every single celebrity at a convention has a handler. Every single one, regardless of how popular they are. There's always someone that's assigned to them to keep them safe, and so to keep them on schedule and stuff. Richard Horvitz had one, and I don't. He had actually. I think he had two actually. So, yeah, they had one for the actual convention and one for him himself. And I spoke to her a little bit too. So, yeah, just telling her, hey, appreciate your hard work. Because I don't think their assistants get any thanks whatsoever. So, it's important to do that. We appreciate them going to these things because they're never easy. And, you know, when you're a YouTuber, it's like, it's nowhere near the same level by any means, but it's like, you know what it's like on the other side of the table. You know what it's like on both sides. So you have a little bit of understanding on what they need to do. It's nowhere near the same level at all by any means, but yeah. Another one was I met Tate Donovan, who was the voice actor for Hercules, and he was incredibly shy, but like different level. Like it was like he wanted to talk to everybody, but was clearly not able to instill how loud he needed to be in order to be heard properly. So that was interesting. I was not expecting him to be so shy. So, but I just showed him, like, I was wearing a Hades shirt and I had a Hercules bag and stuff, and so I was showing him all my Hercules merch. And I just said, it's my favorite movie ever, so it means a lot to say hi to you. So, yeah, that was it. And just moved on to the next thing. So I'm hoping to attend GalaxyCon again this year, but their guest list hasn't really impressed me all that much yet. I know Ron Perlman's going to be there, and William Shatner again. I'm not that bothered about seeing either of those guys, but you know, there's Will Wheaton is going to be there, so that might get me going, but I don't know. Brony conventions. For me, this year, I don't have anything booked. No. Last year, I attended Pony Cider Fest, Babs Con, and Everfree. This year, because we have our wedding blessing, we have not booked anything in regards to conventions. I wanted to try to go to HarmonyCon, but we decided that it was too close to WeddingCon, and we just frankly can't afford it. So we've decided not to do cons this year. Everfree might happen, but that depends on who else in our friend group is going. And we do hope to try to have some road trips or even have friends come and stay with us for a few days instead of doing conventions. Because conventions for vendors and YouTubers are work. We do panels, we vend, we help behind the scenes stuff. We often help with the guests for the con as well, and the general running of these things. So when you're a community guest at these things, it's people don't realize how much work goes into running these cons, so they need the help of their community guests to help them. And because I've emceed a con before, and I've helped to run normal conventions. Alexander Falarski, thank you for your donation of $5. Could you do a future review? Oh, of the King of the Hill episode. Ceci pas un King of the Hill, where Peggy becomes an artist. I haven't actually seen that episode yet. I'm not so sure about doing a review. I'm not taking requests for reviews right now, but I can take it under consideration. The donations are more for requesting a drawing than a review, but thank you for your suggestion at least. But getting back to the subject at hand here, we are drawing Mickey, so here we go. King of the Hill is not necessarily old. It's like, it depends what you mean by old, but yeah. Oh, you requested something, Frost. Sorry, one sec. Scroll back up. Oh, Duck Maddie and DuckTales review. I did not see that. Sorry, Frost. Okay, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Oh, let's keep that stuff up. So, donations. Maddie. DuckTales. Okay. Hide Mickey wherever you are. Do I have Disney Plus? Yes, I do. What are your thoughts on movie reactions on YouTube? Will you do one? Movie reactions, it depends on the format, because I watch a channel called Cinema Therapy, and it's basically exactly what it sounds like. A therapist and a movie maker get together and watch movies. So you are essentially watching them reacting to it, but they're also having a very theological discussion and about the psychology behind the writing of the movie, or how the character's been depicted, etc., etc. And it's really interesting. So you've got that. But if you're just sitting watching a video of someone just sitting staring at a screen and they're not doing anything, that to me is the height of laziness. And no, I don't think I would ever do that. If you've got stuff to say, then fine. But if it's just you sitting there just staring at a screen, I do not find that interesting at all. Okay, so Maddie, DuckTales. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure how this is going to work out, but I will try my best. Because the thing with Maddie is her ears are very much a part of her design, and if she's a character from DuckTales and if she's a duck, they don't have ears, so I'm like, how's that going to work? Because that's usually how I figure out the placement of the hat, so Well, let's just do the face first. The beak. Modeling her after Lena, can you tell? Doesn't really look like Maddie without the ears. It looks weird. There you go. There, Maddie is a duck. Tails character. Let's go back to Mickey. Right, let's hide this. Is this... This looks a bit more like Mortimer Mouse right now, so we'll fix that. Well, it would help if I made a new layer, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's make his mouth a bit smaller. There we go. Okay. It's better. Let's just fix this a little bit. It's getting close to what I want it to be. It's not quite there, but yeah. Whew. Okay. It's like a gelled scarf mouse. It's not working there. There we go. Okay. That's a screwed up hand, but I don't really care right now. It's not how you hand. According to my research when it comes to the white gloves thing, okay, so there's a lot of history in regards to where the white gloves came from. And the 1920s and 1930s were a different era. And if you want to research that on your own, you'll find out where the white gloves actually came from. But as regards to, do they have white gloves because it's easier to animate? No. They have 3 fingers and 1 thumb because it's easier to animate. The white gloves is not anything to do with making it easier to animate. That's more the number of digits they have. The white gloves thing is a subject I don't want to get into because for those in the know, they'll understand why. But yeah. I would suggest to read up on the history of that. I feel like his head should be bigger. Yeah. That was the right call. All right. I have been booped. No booping, Maddie. No, you're not allowed. Joey, my love, my friend. I am several years older than you. You are not elderly. You are being overly dramatic. Quit it. So this is the thing. It's like when age comes into the conversation, and a lot of us are talking about getting older, the one person in the group raises a single eyebrow in disapproval. I think you can imagine which one of our friends in our friend group is doing that. I think most people, if not all of us actually, yeah, we all look pretty good for the age we are, for sure. Oh, Danoka, you don't know who I'm talking about. Shut up. I know that's the joke, Joey. I know. The only version... Okay, so here's the confusion when it comes to Mickey Mouse. So many people are saying, oh, Mickey Mouse is in the public domain now. No, he's not. The Steamboat Willie version from the 1920s is in the public domain. Not Mickey Mouse in general. Just that version. I know, Joey. I was just running with the joke. Wolf Jarl, it was meant to be in the public domain a long time ago. Yes, if you know your history in regards to the Disney company, and copyright law is a very big part of Mickey Mouse's history, because Disney lobbied to change the law when it comes to how long a company has ownership over a character. And they lobbied against that in the 70s to extend it, and then again in the 80s, or was it the 60s and 80s? I can't remember. They changed it so that the copyright ownership over a character lasted 95 years. So Steamboat Willie is now 95 years old, so now he is in the public domain. He's not the only character from 1923 that's in the public domain now, but he's the most famous one, yes. That is not possible. Once something is in the public domain, it cannot be rescinded. That's not how copyright law works. You can extend the copyright ownership of something, but once that expires, you can't renew it. I don't think rescinded is the right word, but what you're trying to say is you basically think that Disney shouldn't lobbied to extend the copyright law. In a way, I do agree, because in a sense that well, I'm not talking about like mega corporations. I'm more talking about character creation and character protection, because Mickey Mouse, especially because because he is also he is the mascot of the Disney company, and he is also the first character that Disney officially released under the Walt Disney brand, other than Oswald the Rabbit, obviously. Um, so there's that, but there's also the fact that Mickey is used as a corporate symbol in regards to the Disney branding. So when people talk about Mickey Mouse, it's very difficult not to talk about Mickey Mouse without talking about the Disney company. So people see Mickey Mouse as more of a symbol or a logo for a company rather than just a character. So when you're talking about character ownership when it comes to preventing it from becoming public domain, the Disney company were protecting their not their creativity, but they were protecting their corporation. And in my opinion, that is not the motivation to have when trying to protect a character. You should be protecting the character because of the character. So when Walt Disney died, because the character of Mickey Mouse followed the evolution of Walt Disney himself after he died, instead of Mickey reflecting Disney creative, after that point, he became like he was following the evolution of Disney corporate instead. And that is the main reason why there hasn't been a Mickey Mouse movie, and there hasn't been a theatrical release that involved Mickey Mouse since 2013 with Get a Horse. Since then, there's been Once Upon a Studio, but that didn't get a theatrical release as far as I remember. So it's like Disney is so protective of their character to the point that no one can touch it, and they can't touch him either. Mickey Three Musketeers didn't get a theatrical release, so I don't count that, no. But even when, like, after the first time Mickey appeared in a cinematic release after the 1950s was in 1983. Was it 1983, I think, with Mickey Mouse's Christmas Carol. And he wasn't even the star of that. That was a Scrooge McDuck cartoon, so he wasn't even the star. So Mickey's technically never had his own movie, ever. Maybe Prince and the Pauper, I think that got a theatrical release, but I can't remember. Mickey's iconic voice still in the public domain. Well, Mickey Mouse, as far as I remember, has been voiced by 5 different people, including Walt Disney. I think the Walt Disney voice is now in public domain, but the Steamboat Willie version was the first Disney cartoon to have sound, but that wasn't the first cartoon where Mickey actually spoke. Because he didn't actually, I don't think he actually speaks in that cartoon. He whistles, but he doesn't actually speak. Like, he makes noises, but I don't remember him actually speaking. I don't think that happened until another cartoon where he said hot dogs. I can't remember what that one was. That wasn't Plain Crazy, was it? It was another one. My memory's a bit fuzzy in regards to which cartoon it was where he actually spoke first. Carnival Kid, thank you. Okay. Do you think making horror stories out of kids' things is stupid? No, I think it's creatively redundant, but I don't think it's stupid. Because when done right, yeah, it works. Like Poppy Playtime, for instance. That's fantastic. I love the balance there. And it's more about, like, you know, the relationship of kids and their toys. And, you know, things like that instead of, like, Five Nights at Freddy's being more entertainment based with their animatronics and stuff. But, like, And when done wrong, you get cupcakes. That's not taking that's not taking a kid thing and making it horrific. That's just overkill. I don't really take fan-made things into consideration when I'm talking about taking a horror story of a kid's thing. That's more fan-made things, not official things. I'm talking about franchises that do that rather than fans of a thing taking said thing and making it into a horror thing. So like Mousetrap, for instance, that to me is the height of laziness. You're just basically, like, we talked about this earlier, is you're just basically slapping a Mickey Mouse mask onto a mass murderer, and that's it. I'm like, no, you could have done so much more with it. You could have had the story set on a boat, and it's the sailors are all like dressed like the sailors in Steamboat Willie, and they're all wearing the mask, but you don't know which one is the killer. That would have been so much more interesting. Why don't you do that instead? You know? Like on a cruise ship or something. That would have been awesome. But no. They'd just be like, oh, look, here, take a Mickey Mouse mask and give the guy a knife, and that would be it. Like, oh, come on. There is so much creativity, and you get to use this thing for free. And you go down the most laziest route ever. Come on. I mean, it's basically like taking Frank Myers, and instead of having him in a William Shatner mask that's been turned inside out, or a hockey mask, or whatever it is now, you just give him a Mickey Mouse mask. That's so dumb. I'm sorry, but that's not interesting to me. Anyway. But Maddie, that would require effort. I know. Have you seen Return to Oz? Yes, I have. Have you heard of the movie called The Mean One? Yeah, that's like The Grinch, but it's a horror story. So a couple of friends of mine, Thespio and their wife, have seen that, and they said it was brilliant. Like, obviously done as cheap as peanuts, but they were really into it. So I'm like, okay, well, I don't have any interest in seeing it, but if friends say that it's good, I might one day, but I wouldn't make a video on it or anything. I would just watch it for fun, but yeah, because you can watch movies for fun. You don't have to watch things just for the sake, you don't have to watch something and then instantly make a video about it. You can give yourself permission to enjoy things, you know? Anyway. People were ready on the first. Well, yeah, they had 95 years to prepare. So if people weren't ready with something, it would be very disappointing. Have you heard that Bambi and Peter Pan will get horror movies? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Do you think Hasbin Hotel is going to work out? Okay, so this subject was brought up in my last live stream. And those that have watched me for a while, I have made several videos on Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss. And so most people know how I feel about the Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss having terrible writing. But a very, what's it called? Enthusiastic fandom. And the fandom have done a lot to fill in the gaps of said writing that the show has, apart from all of the supplemental material that fills in the holes that you have to go after to get any answers for questions about basic world building and stuff. That does my head in about that show. So here's the thing. Hasbin Hotel has had 4 years of build up to this show. So the fandom that have been looking forward to this have built up a certain thing in their head of what the show should be. And no matter what the show is going to be, they're going to be disappointed. Because it's not going to be anything like what they want it to be. Because it's been built up for so long. That's already happened when the trailer for the trailers for the show came out. People were like, oh no, Angel's a jerk. I'm like, funny that. I mean, it is a show about characters in hell and about them, like, being reformed to get out of hell. So, if Angel is meant to be the first one to be reformed, then he needs to have something to be reformed from, so he is going to be a jerk. It's kind of the point of being in hell in the first place. You know, it's like, I saw something on Twitter where people were like, oh no, they made him into a jerk. I'm like, he was already a jerk. Like, some people will, like, I've had people tell me that, oh, there's nothing wrong with this show, it's the best thing ever, there's nothing wrong with it, it's flawless, and you're just a hater and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, I like Hasbin Hotel, I like Hell of a Boss, I watch them, but I am not blind to its flaws. My favourite movie is Disney Hercules, for God's sake. That is one of the biggest examples to bring up when talking about Disney in regards to how inaccurate it is to its source material, or how many inconsistencies there are in regards to the animation, and as well as it doesn't even stick to its own logic within its own movie, or its own, like, between the TV show and all the other stuff. I get that, but you can like something while also talking about what's wrong with it and talking about how to fix it. That's the whole point of constructive criticism. That's the whole point of being an analyst. You're taking something, writing about it, talking about what you like, what you don't like, and then talking about how it could be fixed. That's what I try to do with my content anyway. So that's where I came from when I'm talking about Hell of a Boss and Hasbin Hotel. I like it, but it's not perfect. Far from it. In regards to its writing, it's terrible. There are so many things wrong with the writing within Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss. I've made several videos on it. And that's not me trying to sabotage anything. It's not me making fun of Vivzy Pop or anything. It's not me making fun of the fans. It's just me talking about it, giving my opinion. And if people are offended by what I say, then, you know, that's inevitable whenever you talk about anything on the internet. It's like, welcome to the internet. Someone's going to be offended if you say ice cream. You know, it doesn't matter. You can say something that would sound perfectly fine and innocent. Someone will find something wrong with it. Oh, I'm offended. You said ice cream. I can't get ice cream where I live. Oh, no, I'm so offended. Just as an example, you know. And I will be the first to admit that I screwed up at several points in the videos that I made. So there are inconsistencies there. Maybe I should have paid attention more in some cases. But that doesn't invalidate my opinion on the said thing. So, yeah. Anyway. Okay. I'm just glad that people are willing to hear what I have to say about it instead of just writing it off immediately. And they're willing to have the conversation and the discussion about it without making it personal. It's like some people, I've had people tell me, oh, Hercules sucks. Hercules is like the worst movie ever. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. You can say that. I'm not going to be offended. Doesn't invalidate how I feel about it. It's fine. Whatever. That's your experience with it. It's not mine. Anyway, we'll get back into this drawing, shall we? So I've made the face is a bit too far apart, so I'm just going to try and fix that. I'm trying to basically redraw the Andreas Deja pose up here, but also taking some of his original sketches as well, which are a little bit more detailed. So I'm just going to see what I can come up with here. Excuse me. I even remember when I was making videos for Friendship is Magic, and we were making, this was when they would release episodes, like one episode a week or every 2 weeks or something. So like reviewers like myself had more time in between each release to make a video on said episode. So then there was more time to, figure out your opinion on said thing, and we had fun with it as well. And with Hell of a Boss and Hasbin, there's a lot more time between each episode, obviously because it is made independently. Well, a Hell of a Boss is anyway. So there's a few script ideas that I didn't get around to that I might get to this year, but they'll need a lot of fixing because by then Hasbin Hotel would be released. And I would really like to make videos about it after I see it, if I decide to do so. I really don't know if I will, to be honest, but we'll see. It's purely for time. It's not that I don't want to. I do. It's just other things take priority. So, yeah. Making this a bit more exaggerated. Remember when 2D movies were a thing? They're still a thing. What are you talking about? They've always been a thing. Then they always will be. Have you, Boy and the Heron, for instance? Or, there's been like Klaus. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of 2D stuff. 2D is still a thing. I don't like Disney Hercules since I prefer the Hesiod's the version of the Greek myths that's all on me. People can watch that movie 100 times and I won't bat an eye. Yeah, I mean the Greek myths, and it's like Disney tried to do a Greek myth. They're not going to do the exact Greek myth. Come on, it's Disney. They're going to make it as family friendly and accessible as possible. And Greek mythology, frankly, is not accessible. It's for a general audience. I mean, it's just not. So the Disney version, every single Disney version of any story ever told is nothing like the source material. Nothing like it, because most of the Disney movies that were made because they were stories that were in the public domain. So when Disney changed public domain law to protect Mickey Mouse, they actually shot themselves in the foot, because by extension, that also meant that stories that they would usually go after, now their copyright won't run out. So for another several decades. They built their empire on stuff that's in the public domain. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. All of these stories, like Alice in Wonderland, and all of these things. Anyone can make their own version of Snow White or Alice in Wonderland. What they can't do is make a version that is too much like the Disney version. That's. But the thing is, Disney wanted everyone to think, when they think of Snow White, they wanted everyone to think of their version, and that is what has happened. People will think, when you think of Cinderella, people think of the Disney version, usually. Would like to think that anyway. That's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just how it is. So when it comes to fair use, like for instance, like for someone like me who's an analyst and they'll make a video about a movie or a show and you'll see us use footage from said thing. So you're using that said footage in a transformative manner. In other words, you're using it and like you're analyzing it and talking about it, and you need to have said thing over the top. So you'll use like several seconds worth of footage and you'll edit it down or flip it around or whatever so that it gets past the copyright bots. But if it's detected, then you fight against it and say, oh, I'm using this, it comes under the Fair Use Act because I'm using said footage in a transformative manner because this is a review, this is an analysis of said thing. I'm not taking said thing and posting it on its own. So, you know, say like in 2022, if I was to upload the entire Steamboat Willie cartoon, I would get in trouble from Disney for a breach of copyright. I would not be able to monetize the video. And more often than not, that would probably be blocked in certain countries as well. Now that Steamboat Willie is in public domain, now anyone can upload the full short of Steamboat Willie and not get in trouble from Disney. So they don't need to say, oh, this is done in a transformative manner. This comes under fair use. No, it doesn't, because it's now in the public domain. The public domain essentially means that Disney doesn't own Steamboat Willie anymore. Everyone has the right to Steamboat Willie now. Does that make sense? So, like, for instance, if I was to hop onto Disney Plus and show you guys Steamboat Willie during this live stream, I wouldn't get in trouble. However, I'm not going to do that because in spite of it being in the public domain now, I still feel like that is immoral. Because regardless of law, it's still, to me, created by someone who I have, or people that I have respect for. So I'm not going to do that. I hope I'm making sense and not just rambling on. Definitely rambling. Well, it's not scripted, so forgive me. I need to put my light on. Give me a second. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not being very articulate. No, that my first time learning about the Greek myths was through my interest in, it actually started in the Renaissance period with art. So it actually started with Leonardo da Vinci, and then I moved on from that to learning about Greek mythology and all the art that was created because of that, like as a result of that, like the statue of Eros and Venus de Milo and all that kind of stuff. And then when I discovered that Disney was going to make one based on the Heracles myth, I was like, oh, that's going to be so cool. And yeah, it was to a point. And they used the Roman name instead of the Greek name, but whatever. But there's statues within the movie that are based on real statues, not just the Venus de Milo, but other statues as well. And also the heads from the Haunted Mansion, obviously, but they're not technically statues. They're technically puppets, not statues. So, okay. work, that arm being where it is. That works. Oh, hello. Thank you for your donation, $5, Dalek San, once again. I appreciate it. I wish I had $1 million. Hot dog. If you got that reference, you're awesome. Okay, that's a bit too spiky. So let's do this. Let's just see how that works. Yeah, that works. That's cool. I like that. Okay. That bit might be a bit too deep, but it works. My next video is about Runaway Brain. Really hope that video does well. Actually, that should go... Yeah, because he's turning, so... Okay. What if Maddie and Mary got their brains exchanged, runaway brain style? That would be a fun scenario. I have drawn that before of them swapping bodies. That was a long time ago though. Zazu does show up in two places. Zazu shows up when Mickey is being sucked down the vent at the beginning, and also when Julius is roaring at Mickey or Minnie near the end. I am very aware. Trust me, I've done a lot of research on this, so if you have something that I don't know, I would be interested to know that, so yeah. There's probably a lot that I don't know, so like, yeah, but so far, most of what people have been telling me about it, I already know, but it's still fun to discuss it, so I don't know why Zazu is in it, but it makes it fun. Who's Maddie and Mary? Maddie and Mary are my characters that you see on screen right now. Maddie on the right and Mary on the left. Mary is a character that hasn't really showed up in my videos very much in recent videos. She showed up in Wasted Potential, which I released late last year, very briefly. Maddie is my avatar for my YouTube channel. That's the character on the right. Most people will probably be more familiar with the pony versions of the characters, but Mary, she did start out as a pony character, but Maddie did not. Maddie started out as a human character and then a pony character and then human again. So, yeah. My real name is not Maddie. Maddie is a nickname. That's not my real name. Okay, so this leg right here. No, he's facing forward in my drawing. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. I would plead the fifth, but I'm technically not American, even though I live in America. Okay, I think we're getting there. Alright. No, it's not recommended to ever use your real name for a screen name on the internet. No. Ever. Mickey looks like a gremlin. Can't quite decide what shape this should be. I don't know, wanting to keep yourself as obscure as possible kind of would be counterproductive if you want to be a professional VA, but okay. I'm not a VA, so I can't give you advice on that regard, but yeah. I know about Julius being in Kingdom Hearts 3D. Yes, I know that. Nice try. Sorry. Lorenzo Music never showed his face. He wore shades and had something covering his face in images like a hamburger. I don't know what Lorenzo Music is, but okay. So the thing is, like, Lorenzo Music, wait, what? You're saying that he never showed his face, but you enter his name into Google Images, and what is the first thing that comes up? His face. So, I'm sorry, but yeah, there's no way of not having your face on the internet. There's no way of avoiding that. No, that wasn't later in his career. Either way, what I'm trying to say is deliberately attempting to not have your face be associated with your VA work is a bad move, because it's like you want to be known for your voice, and your voice is you. Your face is you. To hide your face, it tells me that you're either trying to go down the Banksy route of trying to keep your identity hidden, but there's a difference between hiding your identity and hiding your face. Hiding your face tells me that it's there. I don't know what the motivation is there other than being artsy fartsy. I don't get it. Sorry, dude, but I genuinely don't understand why you would want to do that. Like, for some YouTubers, that is their stick, that they don't show their face, but that's also for a security thing. If you want to be a professional voice actor, though, you can't hide your face. I'm sure you will, and I would love to see you try, but I'm just telling you now that that's, in my opinion, as someone that knows several voice actors, they would never consider hiding their face. Ever. Ah, I think I've found what you're basing this statement on. The difference is that hiding your face when it comes to publicizing yourself as a voice actor, that's what I thought you meant, but no, you're talking about how Lorenzo Music deliberately tried not to be photographed directly in public or on film. So he was hiding his face when he wasn't working. But when he was working, he wouldn't do that. Or sometimes if it's like a character that's being depicted on screen, then it would be like a stick. Like a character would be hidden from screen, like not seen on screen at all, but you hear their voice. Or like remember the show Home Improvement when he would talk to his neighbor and you never saw his neighbor's face apart from his eyes? That's a stick. And in that regard, like when it comes to like a character depiction and hiding a character's face, then that's fine. But I'm a bit confused as to why you would think hiding your face when trying to be a VA would be a good step. I don't agree with that. No, I'm sorry, but your name would not be enough. That's not how things work these days. Even when they started doing VA work, like say, oh come on, this is back when radio was a thing. The radio stars would still, people would know what they looked like because these radio stars before TV and cinema was a thing, they would use their face because they wanted to be known for their work, and it's not just their voice, it was their face. So they would be in newspapers like, oh look at what Vincent Price did with his work. Like he did a lot of voiceover work before he got into movies, and then he got back into voiceover work when he did Ratigan for Disney. Whenever you think of voice actors like Jim Cummings, usually like the first thing you think of when you say voice actor, you think of the characters they voice, yes, but you also think of their face. I don't understand why you would go out of your way to hide your face. I don't understand that, other than it just being a really weird um gimmick, frankly. I don't see the motivation there at all. Anyway, shall we get back to the subject at hand? No, I don't see Runaway Brain as Freaky Friday. Um, Body snatching. Intent was to override Mickey's body without his consent. There's a whole lot of references in the short. It's like it's obviously referencing Frankenstein's monster. There's some King Kong in there. Oh, what's it called? There's a movie. I'm going to Google it because it's an old movie. Old movie. Yeah, there's Frankenstein's monster, but I think this one is better referencing the revenge of Frankenstein instead. But I get what you're trying to say, but yeah. The spelling of my name is Germanic, but I'm from Scotland. Yeah. If you could, it's not body swapping, it's more brain swapping. But yeah. I mean that yeah, you are brain swapping when you are body swapping when you swap brains, but you understand what I'm trying to say. There's more emphasis on the fact they swap brains rather than swap bodies. Yeah, my email address has my real name in it, and I've never made any attempt to hide my real name online. I just don't use it for my screen name. Yeah, I what I mean is when I'm saying when you swap brains, yes, you're swapping bodies, but the runaway brain short is they're putting more emphasis on the fact that their brains have been swapped, not the fact they swapped bodies. Because they've literally swapped brains. Anyway, can we move on, please? I think we're getting a bit. I think Wolfjaw is getting a little bit pedantic here, but yeah, let's move on, please. No one's saying it hasn't been done a lot. I know it's been done a lot. What we're talking about is more the fact that this is the first time and only time as far as I know that it's ever happened to Mickey. What's the character you've had the hardest time drawing, in your opinion? Ooh. Hardest time drawing from any character. For me, when I'm drawing fan art of characters I like, hardest one for me to draw is Disney's Hades. There's a lot of really intricate detail in his face that is very difficult to get right. I mean, this version of Mickey is relatively easy because you're pushing the simple shapes, but it's very like you're deliberately getting the shapes wrong. But if I was drawing normal Mickey, in spite of him being very simple in his design, simple doesn't necessarily mean easy. So I would say Hades or the When I say Mickey Mouse, I'm talking about the House of Mouse design from the early 2000s, which is kind of the same version as the normal Mickey that appears in Runaway Brain, because that's the version that appears in the short Runaway Brain. I like the music we're listening to right now. It's very chill. I miss the House of Mouse too. Okay, so I don't think his eye pupil's in the right place. Let's move it over because I want it to look like he's actually staring at me, or the viewer rather. That's better. Okay, so we're going to do the final line work of the piece, and then I'm going to stop for a break. And when we come back, we'll do the colour. So I'll do the line work now. So like going back to like body swapping or brain swapping or however you want to call it, a lot of the times when it's done in other shows, they're doing it as a way to like, oh, if you lived a day in my, if you learned what it's like to be me, or you like walk a day in my shoes, and it's more about people learning how, like, you look at someone else and you think, oh, you've got it easy compared to me, and then you walk a day in their shoes and you discover actually no, and that's the lesson that most things have when two characters swap bodies or brains or whatever. And in this one, in Runaway Brain, there's no real lesson here other than like it's not to do with Mickey learning about, oh, what it's like to be in Julius's shoes for a day. No, it's that the main lesson, I think it was just for him to be living in the now, because the episode starts with him addicted to a video game, not paying attention to Minnie, and then just coming up with an idea off the cuff of taking her mini golfing to make up for it, but said same newspaper had a picture advertising for a holiday vacation to Hawaii, and that's what she thinks he's talking about, and then he didn't have the heart to correct her, so then in desperation responds to an ad in a paper, which ends up with his brain being swapped. So it's like, what is it trying to teach Mickey here, or what are we supposed to learn from this? Is there a lesson to be learned? Body swap is classic Freaky Friday stuff, but brain swapping is just get body back from antagonist. Well, in Runaway Brain, he's not just trying to get his body swapped back. That happens as a result of an inevitability, but he's protecting Mickey from said monster, which, you know, he's protected Minnie from, for want of a better word, predators before. So this cartoon, in that sense, doesn't really do anything new with that. Minnie is needing rescued from something by Mickey, and Mickey is the hero. In this episode, in this cartoon even, it's turned on its head, because the moment when Monster Mickey finds Minnie, and then Mickey, who is possessing Julius's body, tells her, get away from the monster. So Minnie does, but grabs Monster Mickey, thinking that that's her Mickey, and runs out the store. So she doesn't know what's happened. It's pretty funny, I think. But anyway, I'm making a video on this, so a lot of the stuff I'm saying now is, like, a lot of it's going to be said in the video, but it's good to have a discussion and hear what other people have to say about the said subject. But at the same time, don't, like, write off what other people are saying either. I mean, I'm guilty of doing that, but, like, if people are getting hung up on pedantics, that's when I have to say, hey, let's move on. So, because I think that's what was happening earlier, so let's just, yeah, keep going here. Read the paper before using it as a scapegoat. Yeah. Living in a now, being aware of your surroundings, and yeah. Neglectful, being neglectful, okay, I get it, leads to desperation, desperation leads to bad decisions. Pretty much nailed it on the head right there. Oh, the scene when Dr. Frankenolly falls apart in Julius's hands, I find as I don't know if it was shocking, but I mean, for Disney, definitely it was unexpected to not only show a character dying on screen, but his body disintegrating apart in Mickey's hands. Not necessarily his hands because he's possessing Julius at the time, but like, but Frank and Ollie, I'm sure people know the name, refers to Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnson, two of the Nine Old Men. Probably the two most famous ones of all of them. That was a nod to them. So to me, to have the character that was nodding to these two legends, I don't know, there's just something very distasteful about that I didn't particularly like. Not so much the body falling apart, but because the name was Frank and Ollie, so, and they hadn't been dead. They hadn't, if memory serves, they hadn't died yet. So, I don't know. I'm like, I think they died in the early 2000s, but yeah, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. And he was voiced by Kelsey Grammer. That was fun. Hello, train. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I don't live far away from train tracks, so every now and then you hear a train go by. You probably can't hear it, so I'm not worried. Just gonna rip his ear up a little bit more up here. Yeah, that works. Don't like that finger out there, it just doesn't look right. It's as good as it's gonna get, I guess. You're referring to the Mad Doctor Silly Symphony. He was kind of modeled after that guy. That Silly Symphony, as far as I know, is not on Disney Plus either, but I might be wrong. Oh, a comic. Oh, I see. Well, I don't know what you're talking about there, but the Mad Doctor Silly Symphony, according to Google, was released in 1933. I don't think it's on Disney Plus though, which is a shame. Ironically, I have only played Kingdom Hearts, the first one. Though I am aware that Julius appears as a secret boss in Kingdom Hearts 3D. Do you know what the comic's called? Okay. Okay, that's just after 6 p.m. for me, so I am going to stop for a break because I need to get away from the screens for a little bit. I also need some food. Yeah, so I'm stopping for a break. I will see you guys shortly. Thanks for hanging out. I know we've been at this for a long time. All day. Well, not all day, but several hours anyway, so yeah, I need a break. I'll be back soon. I'm off to do boring in real life stuff. Alright, and we're back. Don't really need this one anymore. Okay. Well, we do kind of for the colors, but nah. Alright. How's everyone doing? How's everyone holding up? Everyone doing okay? How's it going? I saw you found the comic. Awesome. You know what? Let's not do that way. Let's do it this way. Ask me questions, people. Let's get a conversation going here. There we go. No, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, come on. Every now and then, this tool screws up. Okay. That's fine. Let's try again. There we go. Good lord. Sometimes the magnetic tool doesn't play nice. Okay, now we can fill in the bits where it missed. Oh, yep, right here. Welcome to the stream, Jacob 5 Ash. I hope I've said your name right. There we go. Apparently, there is a 4K version of Runaway Brain available to see online. I'm assuming you would have to pay for it, but I have the DVD on order that should arrive tomorrow. You know what? I'm gonna check that. Wouldn't it be funny if it's actually outside already? No, it's not out for delivery yet. Darn it. Okay. Wait. Looking up obscure Disney trivia from the 1930s. What am I doing with my life? Welcome to my life for the last few weeks. Okay, his eyes are not going to stay like this. They will be fixed later, but for now it's fine. This is more just it's an exercise in emulating Andres Deja in a way. My attempt. So other than Runaway Brain, what other shorts would people recommend if they want something a bit darker from Disney anyway? I mean, it doesn't have to be Disney, it can be other things as well, but like there's the Mad Doctor, Mickey's Nightmare, the one where Pluto goes to hell. Wait. No, I did that wrong. Any examples that people want to bring up that we can talk about? Yeah, it's a silly symphony called Pluto's Judgment Day, released in 1935. Heavenly Puss, I believe is the name of it. The one where Tom dreams about going to hell. $1940 that one was. There's also Looney Tunes where Sylvester is bound for hell and he unwisely wastes all his 9 lives chasing Tweety. Yeah, I vaguely remember that one. I can't remember what it's called though. Satan's Waiting. Or Satan's Waiting, rather. That was actually very recent. That was 1954. So that's not that old. At least in comparison to Steamboat Willie, you know. Wait, that seems awful bright to me. No, that's fine. Okay, well, there we go. Mickey, you don't look like you're nude anymore. It's good. Notice a drawing error right there with the line work, so I'm just going to go in and fix that real quick. You see this? The top of his shorts. Don't quite make sense to what's happening. So here's hoping this fixes it, but if not, then oh no. Well. There we go. That'll do. Whatever. Okay, now for the shoesies. Shoesies. Whoosies. Oh, hello. Didn't lock the layer. Oops. There we go. It's almost like that was my intention. Yes, he looks scary. Andres Deja was a genius when he designed this, I swear. And apparently this is the toned down version as well. Would love to see what his initial design was. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Didn't like that for some reason. Okay, so the eyes are actually... They've got red... Ooh, hello. Red around them. So, let's put this in there. Oh, yeah, I have not saved this entire time. You know? Good lord. Thank you so much for reminding me. Save. Imagine doing all that work and not saving. Ah. Crazy. That's a good point. Yep. Yep, that's a very good point. I'm an idiot. Alright, well, it's not like that's new news. Okay. So, the lighting on this guy, I really like the lighting in the first shot, but I don't know if that's the lighting I want for this. There's a lot of red in that lighting, which I do like, but I want to try something different here. Let's go for overlay. Bring this down just a little bit. No, let's go for red because it's come on. That's Runaway Brain's shtick. But I'm gonna go for more soft lighting than I usually do. So, well, okay, that didn't really work. Didn't make it a screen, that's why. There we go. Oh, that's nice. Okay. And another overlay, but this time we're going to make it a brighter light. Okay, let's see. I like it so far, I do, but he needs more shadow. So let's do this. Let's bring in some purple in here. Ah. That's not showing up. Why are you not showing up? What? That doesn't make any sense. Serenity, what are you doing? That's why. Okay. I had it masking the wrong thing. Okay. I'm digging this music. I like it. I like smooth jazz. I like it. It's nice and chill. Excuse me. Doesn't really match with what we're drawing, to be honest with you, but oops. It's more for atmosphere and mood. Doesn't have to match what we're doing. Is that the end of the playlist? Dude, that was such a good playlist. I loved that. Okay, well, where are you? Music. Yep, that was the end of that playlist. That was a really good playlist. Alright. Now we have to find something else. Meh. Or we could just start it from the beginning. That works. Ooh. What is the scariest cartoon monster? That's a good question. Scariest cartoon monster, can that be from any movie, any school, any cartoon whatsoever, as long as it's animated? Anything? Okay. Okay, so for me, I mean, this is nothing to do with rating or anything. Anime I'm not taking into consideration, but because if we were, like, you know, everything would be about anime monsters. But let me think. For me, there's did anyone ever see The Page Master? Anyone remember that? Okay, so Page Master is I can't remember the exact date it was released, but maybe someone in the chat can look that up for me. But that movie, it was live action and animation segments, and I think it was one of the first animated segments in the movie where it was telling the story of Jekyll and Hyde, and to me the Hyde version in that movie was terrifying. I to this day I do not like looking at that thing. I'm just nope. I think that was more because that was one of the first movies. Okay, so growing up, I grew up in a very strict religious household, so cinema trips were very rare, and even rarer for us to be able to go without parental supervision even. So The Page Master was the first version that myself and my late sister went to see together without any parents or guardians, and that version of Jekyll and Hyde, I was terrified. I was covering my eyes and everything, asking my sister if it was over yet. So he's not on screen for very long, but that thing I still do not like. And Mr. Hyde is definitely a monster. Not necessarily like when you think cartoon monster, you think like an actual creature, but to me that is definitely pretty scary. So I remember Moomins. What about anyone else? Anyone else got an example of a scary animated monster? Preferably not from an anime, if we can avoid it. I mean, Moomins, yeah, technically is an anime, but I would definitely consider that more of a maybe more. There's something very European about it, so I like it. I like it. I like anime. Don't get me wrong. That's not my intent here. I'm just trying to narrow down the choice. You're back with sandwich. What kind of sandwich do you have, Frost? We're getting them a bit too dirty here. There we go. Alright, so next up is getting the highlights in here. I'm going to switch to a hard brush for this part. There we go. Okay. For a minute there, the marks I was making were not showing up. I'm going to bring in some of this as well, just brighten it up here. There we go. Alright, so let's... Yeah, that works. I think, well, I don't know, it wasn't me that asked the question initially, but I mean, I did say Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and Mr. Hyde is technically a human, not a literal monster, so I guess Frollo would count as a monster. The things he does are monstrous, so yes, I would count Frollo as a monster. I mean, the song goes, what makes a monster, what makes a man? Who was the monster, who is the man, as well as other lines from the movie. So I would say, yeah, that counts. I'm gonna have some fun and play around with some lighting effects here. We're just gonna play. Nope, don't like that. Why are you doing that? That's not what I want you to do. Normal. There we go. Okay. Ooh, I like that. It's different. Okay, let's bring this down a little bit. And new layer, and we're going to imbue some bright yellow here. It's a bit too much, but set it to overlay, and there you go. I like that better. What's your connection and what's your monster? Don't need to do that. Where's the... Is it this? Nope. Okay. Random. Not saying much, I know, and I'm sorry. I'm not sure what to say here, because we're almost done and we've been working on this like all day. And we'd have more of a conversation going, but there's not an awful lot of people here, so my apologies for not being much more of a conversationalist. Save. Save your work, kids. When you hear that noise, save your work. Thank you, Charlie. What? No, don't say sorry. That was meant to be sincere. I'm sorry it came across as not, but thank you, Charlie, for reminding me to save, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Good lord. It's all good. Good. Panicking. I'm a socially awkward being. Help. I don't know if I like that anymore. Nah. Let's try that again, shall we? Alright. Okay, that's working much better. Okay, yes. needs to be darker. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, there we go. Right, there we go. Right. Help. Okay, there we are. Alright, save. Just every now and then, you just save. Like your life depended on it. Because sometimes it does. It's a bit too bright right there. Okay, that's fine. Because we're going to do a thing with the line work here. We're going to do that for the outside, and that's fine, and white for the inside. Yay. Okay. You were in need of a swim? Nice. Save. How was your swim, Joey? Just put this up a little bit. No, I don't like that. It was good, refreshing, and swim-like. You looking forward to your trip? probably bring this down just a little bit. It's a bit too bright. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, I know. You definitely need a vacation. I understand. You're not the only one. Yeah. Alright, we're coming up to running on empty right now, so... But we've been streaming for a while, although Streamlabs is not showing the time that we've been streaming for some reason. I don't know why. That's odd. But we have been streaming for some time, so... But I'm glad that all of the technical issues that we had last week seem to have cleaned up on their own somehow, so that's good. No, you're fine, Joey. You're fine. It's not like you were obligated to be here. I'm glad you turned up, though. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, if better than restarting every hour or so. Ah, tell me about it. So I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to duplicate group, then merge group, hide this, and then do this. Alright. That's not really fixed anything, but... I'm going to give it a little bit of a green... sickly... Ooh. I don't know, that might be a bit too strong, but... Let's bring this down just a little bit. I like. Okay. We can go with this. Well, I'm hoping Anastasia approves anyway. Not that I'm looking for his approval with this, but he was the one that designed this version of Mickey's, so it'd be awesome if I did get his stamp of approval. There we go, there's a lot better contrast between him and the background now. Just curious if you've seen the Paul Rudish Mickey Mouse. You know what, Joey? I was actually watching those on my food break. I love them. They are so damn funny. They're so good. They're so pretty too. I love them. I watched the Halloween specials as well. At Halloween, the Halloween special is fantastic. It's so good. Yeah, the international episodes are fun. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do in the same overlay layer is more white on these gloves. They're just a little bit too yellow, so we're just going to get rid of that a little bit. Alright, that's working fine. I'm happy. Let's just soften his face just a little bit. Yeah, we're trying the Runaway Brain version of Mickey Mouse because that's what my next video will be about. So who knows, this might end up being the thumbnail. I don't know. That wasn't my intention, but we might. We might do that. I'm gonna do a thing that Anastasia wasn't allowed to do. I'm gonna make him drool. Because that's what, apparently that's, the monster Mickey drooled a lot. Let's do that. Yeah. Because we can. I think that goes on a bit too long. Let's get rid of that. try it back and get rid of this line right here. Why is that coming up looking different? Favorite all-time Runaway Brain. No contest. Runaway Brain is definitely my favorite. And there we go. So bring that back again. Do, 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 do. You know what? Let's do a layer where we've got a glow going on. I feel like there needs to be. I mean, it's still Mickey, so he needs a magical glow around him, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Let's do it. How are we gonna do it? It's a bit too much, but yeah. Yeah, Get a Horse is a pretty good one as well. Prince and the Pauper will always be a childhood favourite, yes. We are so close to being done. I never watched Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I guess I missed that boat. House of Mouse should be on Disney Plus, and I really don't understand why it's not. That doesn't look right. In comparison to other things that have come before that, I don't find Death from Puss in Boots as scary as other things. It's not the scariest monster in animation by far, no way. You know what, I don't actually like this. Let's do... yeah, okay, let's see if that works. Oh, the devil cat from All Dogs Go to Heaven. Oh yeah, that was pretty scary too. Probably too much. Bring that back. Yeah, I think I've overdone it. Okay. Alright, we're coming up to being done. I am definitely running on empty. Alright, so we're going to sign this and call it done. And there we go. Mickey Mouse. Runaway Brain version. The best version. Well, thank you for hanging out, everybody. It's been an interesting conversation. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to everyone that donated. Very much appreciated. Hopefully we can start making this a weekly thing again. How is, like, I think Mondays work for me the best, but, you know, maybe we can make it different days every now and then. Alright guys, take care. Thanks for dropping by. I'm Mad Munchkin. Stay creative.